this yet.
Ah, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What depth is Yimo? That's what I want to know. Blah, siggity blah. Get away from those things. Is this just empty? What? Oh, there's one. Great. Excellent.
I cannot do this yet.
As there's rogue exiles here. Yeah, you can hardly see them because it's just like a sea of enemies. At least it felt like rogue exiles. Yeah, I've got a curse on me.
cannot do this yet.
Tier 3 Azurite sounds tough. I don't know if I want to go there. Let's do it though. It's just a question of whether I want to push deeper or whether I want to push more to level up. I should probably just keep pushing, go
I cannot
deeper.
do this yet.
'Cause you can push to level up literally any league, but it's probably going to be a while for me to be at these depths ever again. So we might as well push depth. increased crit chance, crit multiplier, 2 additional projectiles. Man, there's just a lot of crap on lower nodes, isn't there? Why is there so much crap on the deep depth nodes?
I cannot do this yet.
Pretty an exciting currency node, but at least we got a 2C. Better than nothing. Oh, got some scrolls too. I like me some scrolls.
I cannot do this yet.
Do 2 of these at a time. I'm not going to do all 4 at once. Seems ill-advised at this depth and with this gear. Not this way. I really don't like to go fossil hunting in this biome. It's just got too many dead ends, or I likened its structure to like a waffle fry. There's just so many paths that just go crisscross and weird dead ends. Like, yeah, look where this, like, look at where this the crawler went. It went on a crisscross. It's not that fun to explore these areas. I don't really need these fossils. The fossil I would really want would be the scorched ones, which are in the magma areas, and those are cleaner to explore. So I do explore there, but we do just happen upon a
Do this yet.
structural wall. Yeah, we'll look into it. Magnify. Increase fire damage. Nope. That's nice, but the rest of the mods are trash. The magma biome over there. I think I'm gonna go down and over here, getting this magma biome.
I cannot do this yet.
Curious how much her DPS goes up if we get that hypnotic eye jewel. Almost at a half mil deeps. Yeah, a high rolled one is nice. I think. If you could get both affixes, you get both affixes. I mean, you get a DPS boost, but it's not gonna make or break the bank. It's nice, but it's not gonna make or break the bank. Interesting. Would be pretty cool to break through half mil deeps. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Keep.
I cannot do this yet.
I was hoping that those would be connected. I was hoping this would be connected here. We go over there. That's fine though. I might just proc all of these. It's a bad idea, whatever. The laziness does. There's also a Devourer over there I don't want to mess with. Oh, this is, yep. Yep. Like one of the worst nodes for me.
I cannot do this yet.
The Rogue Exiles one. Because it's just explosive damage that I don't want to deal with. Like out of nowhere, it's like you roll up in there and like, yep, there's Rogue Exiles, hope you're ready. That's another Rogue Exile node. Can we stop getting these? There's one still there.
this yet.
Hey, Mo. See. Are you jealous of my half-mil DPS? Theoretically, what could I get on this? I level 83. All 3 bosses, what should I be jealous of? Dang. I was hoping I'd have something. What are the 3 bosses? The Val Architect and all, and then what's the third one? Cold damage leached his life. I'm tempted to roll. Well, I ever solve my dex problems. I mean, I think there's one shaper thing that's like you reduced attributes. I just want to look it up. Ah, the Lich. Oh, I have fought the Lich one before. The Lich one was kind of boring when I played it. Because there's a lot of like invulnerable phases. Although maybe if you knew what the hell was going on, it's fun. That's like pretty much like my thing about PoE bosses is they're cool, but every time it's just like it's like, what do I do to just stay alive? Like everybody who goes into a fight at Zuria the first time is gonna die, even though it's not a hard boss. But it's just like, yep, guess what? Get one shot by this storm call. Mod. Lightning damage, just no fire damage though. Interesting. Cold damage, lightning damage leached. Increased movement speed. Physical is extra cold. Penetrates elemental resistances. I guess that would be good. Increased damage per dexterity. Grants this, I don't need that. Items and gems have reduced attribute requirements. And like, what is the percentage? Oh, we need more than that. That, like, I guess that's just a cute affix, because, like, rolling 15 dex on something is better. Like, 10% for me is 15 dex. So an amulet just says, well, I mean, you get it on multiple stuff, but usually you're always going to be stacked on one stat. And there's just going to be another stat that you wish you had more of. No, that's cool though. Cute suffixes. Like, I think the only thing that I get dex on is this. Nothing else has a dex rule. One of my jewels that I have equipped has some dex on it, but that's it. I keep the topaz ring just for the base. Keep that one too. More monster life. Last day of work, nice. Rafa bless.
I cannot do this yet.
Does that mean tomorrow you're going in on Endless Delve until the 28th? Excellent. Or are you just chilling? I'm gonna play Endless Delve tomorrow, but tomorrow's gonna be my last day. Because I'm just gonna take Thursday easy. Rest up. Like, I'm not even booting up PoE because I don't even want the temptation to be there to play late. So we'll do one last push tomorrow. And then that's it. Superior wave of conviction. Around 20 hours. Yeah, I just want to go deep. I'm kind of... Oh, for you, you mean? Was that your goal? Try and get the raffle thing? What does quality do on this gem? Increased elemental damage on the gem. Well, that's not useful for me. I was hoping there'd be more magma biome here.
I cannot do this yet.
I do not know how I'm alive. Can't chance the helmet, can't 6-link, no fossil luck, rolling stuff. What helmet do you try to chance? How many chance orbs did you put into it? Grim gaze. Rhyme gaze. $150. That's a lot. Got him 1 in 300. How do you find out the odds? I guess unless somebody just mass chances an item. We could go Spectre. Could reroll the Spectre. Seems good.
I cannot do this yet.
Monster damage penetrates 12% elemental resistance. Yikes. What depth did you hit, Emo? No regrets, can't even respec. Is there like a recipe to give up regrets for scours? Oh, I delve. Hey Rio. Otherwise, how did you give up all your regrets? How do you spend them? Besides still tame. $269, nice. Nope. I don't want allies cannot die. I think this is like I can get up to 500,000 DPS. I'm currently at like 480 in Path of Building. Well, really good rolls on a Hypnotic Jewel, which I don't have and probably I'm not getting. Or better wands would probably take me past the 300k or 500k. I'd like to have 7k life. That's the goal. Goal is 7k life and 500,000. But there's like no getting beyond that without some hella good gear. Some tree changes. Scours to buy. Maybe I just got lucky. Let me see how many regrets I have. I probably have around 20 as well. Felt like I had more.
I cannot do this
Haven't
yet.
used any yet. $46. Quite a lot. I'll probably throw a few more fusings on the body armor. Son of the Sun lore earlier today. Look forward to Friday. Yeah, you get Luca to you stack Luca with fire res, and you use her one fire attack that's like a whip. It goes in a straight line. You can hit like 4 Son of the Suns with one hit. And then you can a single attack, you can figure out what the real one is. And they can all counterattack Luca, and she's got enough fire resist stacked where it doesn't matter. He lives. Casino boss, yeah. Probably want to turn down battle speed too. Late Saturday, early Sunday, yeah, possibly. Very possibly. Could spend some of my alts. Is it 8 alts for one fusing? Ugh. What am I gonna alt craft? I don't think I need that much. I'm pretty much happy with my gear right now. Like, the boots are bad, but I'm not going to take below 30 movement speed. Keep picking up and IDing boots. I'd chaos boots. I wouldn't alt craft boots because I want life and movement speed. You can get that, but it just feels bad. Feels bad getting a good roll on both of those by itself. Because there's also a lot of prefixes that are like plus life and something else, so you could get just pure life plus one of those, and it helps out a lot. Yeah, I think everything I'm gonna craft at this point, other than if we've got a hypnotic jewel, we might throw a few alts on that. The wands are gonna be chaos spam. Make Chaos spam some boots. I don't know. We get a nice base. Oh, yeah, I think I can afford to buy more fusings. Oops. I could throw away some augs too, although it's not a good deal. A lot of augs. All these scams. Buying augs to with transmutes, to buy alts, to buy or jewelers, to buy fusings, that's too much of a scam for me. I can't go that deep. Even if all the currency is voided, I can't go that deep. That's just a little too much of a scamaz for me.
I cannot do.
You cannot buy a lot of fusings, can you? You cannot, like, your alts do not give you a lot of fusings. Okay. If you're wondering, as soon as you hit a 6 link, the game won't let you use an additional fusing, so you can just mash those. A lot of people who, like, newer people discover, like, big PoE streamers and they watch them try to 6 link stuff, they're like, no, you're going too fast, but obviously they know better. Or even better, they'll say something like, wait, I saw it. You totally rolled over a 6 link. Totally, dude. Honestly, I could settle for a 5 link on that chest. I think we'll roll it once more, but we'll stop at a 5 link because that's I can equip it that way and we can be happy. The chaos res on that chest and the extra lights make feel really good too. That was a 7 link. Damn it, I rolled over a 7 link. I'm pissed. About 100 fusings to get a 5 link. Still going to be a significant amount of fusings, but that way we'll at least be able to wear it because that's a nice chest. It's Limlood. Can you believe Yima was going to unfriend me if I was under 91 level? I think I leveled up there yesterday before he even said it. I don't know, we're going to keep pushing lower because I feel like this is the best opportunity I have to try and like just get low and delve for fun. But the lower we go, the more we're going to die. So leveling up Pat, like, I don't know. If we're lucky, we get to level 93, but I think that's where it stops. I think that's where it stops, because we want to just... The max level is 100, but you've got to be, like... You got to be, like, full-on degen to get that. And I don't even know if it'd be possible in this league. Probably. If you wanted to go full degen... play nothing but this game for a week straight, yeah, you could probably get it in under the week. I don't know. I don't know when they usually hit level 100 in softcore. I think it is about a week. So it's gonna be really tough, even if you just like this is all you did with your life for a week straight. Can't completely fill the skill tree. Rip. The level ups slow down, just like any like MMO scaling. The level ups slow down a lot. Like the XP required increases very much more than linearly as you get higher levels, and you're still doing all right. Like level 70 to 80 is pretty fast. 80s is when it starts to feel like you start to notice a slowdown for sure, and then once you hit 90, it's just like every level after level 90 is a huge grind. I mean, it gets worse with each level, but 90 is just oof, a huge slowdown over the 80s. Every time you die, you lose 10% XP. But if you're gonna push, not like if I'm gonna be dying more often, I'm probably not leveling up. Hey, look, a fusing. I feel like if I stayed at this depth, I'd be relatively safe. I think if I went back just like 10, 15 depths, I'd be super safe, and I'd just die if I was not concentrating. It's still relatively safe. I've not died in a very long time. I wish there was a way to see when your last death was. But I streamed, I didn't stream. I played offline yesterday and I did not die once. But I only played about like 4 or 5 hours, I think. To get some level up. Level up. A nice increased fire damage roll, but cannot give up that slot. Okay, this is item level 84. Let me see what the movement speed mods on boots are. 86. If boots were to drop, let's see. We need to that's kill a rare. What's the mind depths again? Let's see. Item. Delve. Azurite? I want to see. Where was that thing that Gimmo linked me? The other day. I'll just search it. Delve depths. PoE. Delve biomes? I didn't see it there. Is this all? All can start to spawn at 171? What's effect depth? Oh, level scaling. Here it is. I found it. Hey, you stay at monster level 83 for a very long time. Alright, we're gonna do something cheeky. Since I have a lot of
I cannot do this yet.
I kept like 100 of these. I'm gonna do something cheeky. You ready for this next level solo self-found tech? You guys ready? I'm about to drop some tremendous tech on you. This node contains strong boxes. We work our way over here. We craft plus level to contained items. And then we hope to get something. We keep all of them and use them for bases. And that's how we're going to get eye level 86 stuff. What do you guys think? Good idea? You like my tech? Mind blown? Oh, this is not good. I don't want to go through here. Not doing any Val crap. Or Rogue Exiles. Okay. Time to craft on some strong boxes. Watch me go over there and it's just like 3 diviners. That would suck. That would be pretty upsetting. Okay, armors is good. Ooh, they're all armorers. That's really good. That's exactly what I wanted to see. What a surprise. I thought I was going to get screwed over. Get rid of all this crap. Alright. Quantity, nope. Quantity, nope. Quantity, nope. They're all the same. Contains identified items. I need to look and see if that's a prefix or suffix. Mod. Strong box. They're armorers, but it's not on there, so I assume it's just this. Chest level. The suffix. Do we need +3 because this area is 83? Okay.
I cannot do this yet.
Good. Easy game. What? Oh, the crawler vacuumed it. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunate, but fine. Because I would not waste currency on these if I got what I wanted. Actual Scamas. Okay, +4 chest level. That works. Look how easy it is to get this mod. +2 is not high enough. Shoot, damn it. I rolled over it, I was fine. Now we're just wasting currency. Alright, 3's good enough.
I cannot do this yet.
Where's my eye level stuff? Hmm? There's one. The loot filter is not gonna make my job easy, is it? I'm gonna have to reload the loot filter. 50 a day in PoE without reloading the loot filter. Customize. Greater than equal to 86. Go. Big. Now we need to change the color to that. This. Background. That. Okay. Use. Okay. Good. Okay, all of this stuff is getting picked up.
I cannot carry this. I cannot carry this.
Cool, that worked out well.
I cannot do this yet.
That's tier 1 life. Lightning res and in. Tri-res shield, no life. I think I picked up 1 pair of boots. Oh no, this will work. These ones will work. Excellent. What essences do I have? Fire res. Weight of lightning. I mean, that'd be nice for a belt. Am I gonna change? Like, am I gonna get another Stygian? Blah. What a great essence. It's the top increased movement speed, but it's bad life. We better POB this, or not POB. Craft of Exile this. Let's see. I have boots. And I want, oh right, base. They're strength boots. And I want flat life. Let's see, I'm currently rolling with boots that have 67. Needs to be tier 3 or better. That or better. And well, these both prefixes. Movement speed, yeah, that. Chaos spam. 137 chaos. Alteration's not gonna do it. One of these gives a more life. Where's the compute best selection? Do that. I better put a compute max selection of with 2 though. 2. Pristine and sanctified tries 2. Really interesting. Interesting. I don't have many. I've got a lot of pristine. Ooh, okay. That's actually. I'm glad I did the simulation there, because fossil crafting is our wheelhouse in Delve. Excellent. Okay, and I have some of those. See, it says average raw efficiency tries 2. Tries 5 on average. Okay. On average, it takes 5 tries. Well, you heard it here first. That's a good life roll. But it needs to have movement speed. I feel like I'm being lied to about this. Six max life. Keck. Which one of these is more speed? No speed. More speed. No mana. Alright, let's do the rest of these like the... Let me just double check that this has the movement speed. Like, movement speed has got to have the speed. You know? It's got to have the speed. Boots. Yeah, it's got the speed modifier, but you never know. Weirder things have happened. %% increased movement speed, but the life roll is crap. Yep. Well, we'll see if we can't get a better pair of boots, but I think fossil crafting them is the way to go. I think fossil crafting those boots is the way to do it. That was fun though. That was fun doing some fossil stuff. Like, probably wouldn't do that in a regular league. You just buy boots that were good. In a trade league, that is. Since we don't have trade. And all this stuff is voided at the end of the league, you might as well use your stuff.
Return to Kitava.
Now, something sounds like wrong though, because this average tries 5 and I tried 15. Maybe I just got really unlucky. Could be. And more Rogue Exiles.
I cannot do this yet.
Gonna turn all of these rares in because I could use some more currency to roll the thing.
I
There's a
cannot
lot
carry
here.
this.
Because those Rogue Exiles and they have increased rarity.
I cannot carry this. this yet. I cannot do this yet.
Okay, almost to dep 1, 200. Nice. Dep 195, let's go. We've got to get to Yimo's dep plus 1. That's the goal. Yimo's dep plus 1, because he said he's not playing anymore. Let's see how close we are in our level 19 gems. Getting there. Getting there indeed. Can vow some of those soon.
I cannot do this yet.
Monster damage penetrates 12% Ellie res. Not good. Your favorite BV MTX sponsored comment? I don't know. I'm going to take a look at them. Is there a way to search in the shop for my skill? Probably. If it's to spend money, it's all the features. They're like fully featured on searching for the MTXs. I would hope. Ah, rip XP. Look how close. It's going to start happening a lot. Hopefully after we get this level up. Alright. By skill, right? Skill effects. Transcendence? That might be cool. That looks pretty good. It looks like very Fortnite-y. Illusionist as Blade Bundle. You're playing an old like N64 game. That one's not good. I don't like that one either. Demonic's kind of blah. Yeah, this one's the best, and that's also why it costs the most money. Oh, what a coincidence. Like they know. Can't watch preview videos inside, can you? Like loading in my browser? Ah, forget it. Yeah, but that's probably the best one.
I cannot do this yet.
Sawblade looks good. Monty runs it. What MTX is used for his fire blade vortex build character. Hard to tell where the blade is. his runs default as well. Not spending his supporter pack dollars on Blade Vortex MTX. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't predict playing this skill much after current build. What are the MTXs like for Impale, or whatever skill you use? War cries. What do the war cry MTXs look like? Are they good?
I cannot carry this.
They're just cries. Rip.
I cannot do this yet.
Five alt. Just on the ground there. Such a scam. Almost to delve level depth 200.
I cannot do this yet.
Ancient burial. Did I just get crit? Was I not paying attention to my health? I don't know. I think level of 92 is the last level we're getting. If we're going to continue to push deeper. Been chaos damage, who knows? Yeah, it was whatever that was. Whatever that was, must have crit.
I cannot do this yet.
That's gonna be frustrating now. I'm going to, after I do this one, I'm gonna go up a little bit higher in the mines and get my level up, and then we'll delve more. Because I think I'm just gonna go negative X. I'm gonna lose more XP than I gain at this depth. Like, I should have not activated all of them at the same time, but I also like, didn't care. Gotta go quick, you know? I should read what the mods are here, because it could just be like enemies do more damage. Be this area. Not really this depth, but this area. Kiara Slither.
I cannot do this
IO
yet.
play. She's live now. It's so good. Oh man, I'm gonna watch that. I watched Puyo Puyo with Callie and Ina, and I watched a little bit of the Ryza. I had Ryza on in the background. I wasn't paying full attention to it. That sounds pretty good though. Be funny. Watching Amelia too. Ame. Ame is a pretty good watch. Movement speed, but no life. Good nighttime viewing. Alright, let's go up a little bit and get this level up. Next step is... Ah, should I push one more? I'm gonna regret this. These areas don't even have a mod. I'm just dying for no reason. Let's push one more so we get to depth level 200. Then get our level up and then just push for memes. Now the build is not going to be able to go much farther.
I cannot do this yet.
Without dying a lot, at least. So we capitalize on this XP and then we just have fun dying all the time and then just see how low we can go with death constantly. Probably the name of the game tomorrow is just die everywhere. But be happy with level 92. Two-tone boots. Yes, Delve ends on Friday. At like 10 a.m. my time, I think. Yeah, I have liked it. It's really hard to... It's really hard to, like, verbalize succinctly, like, what I think of this league. But I think it's got good things and bad things. I hope they bring it back. Maybe, like, once every year or once every 2 years would be fun. Like, the main issue is, I think to get a lot out of it, you need it to be more than 1 week long. Because I feel like I played a lot. I didn't play every day, but the days I did play, I played like over 10 hours each. And we're not going to do that today, though. I probably have close to like 30 hours into it. But it feels like you would want more time to be able to really gear up. Like, a week's a little too short to be able to gear up. But at the same time, I feel like if you did it for over a week, you'd probably get burnt out on it. Because it is like very samey content. But it's fun for that 1 week. But you need longer than the week to like be able to really take it on. But at the same time, then you get burnt out. They talked about when they released, or when they were considering Delve, just making it a single day. And I think that would be bad. But that kind of tells you like what in their testing, or just like analyzing how this would go over, what like their thinking was, the developers of this game. Because they were going to make it just 1 day, but they figured too many people would complain, because if you just like didn't have that 1 day off, or you weren't available that 1 day, then you wouldn't be able to play it. But like the first day that I played, I got to like level 80 in 1 day, which is, I mean, Yimo and Captain got even farther. I think Captain got to like level 90 in 1 day, so Captain got to like here in 1 day, because he's a gamer. So the XP curve is insane. You get so much XP at these levels. This one's nice because it's cold and lightning, but it's not the best base. It's a giddy blah. Yeah, but part of that was just me not, like, because you can go, when you play the regular story mode of this game, the acts are very much meant for beginners. Yay, we got to depth 20. The acts are very much meant to be played by beginners, because it's like your introduction to the game. So you can, the scaling for levels like 1 through 40, the enemy scaling is so like trivial that you can run with whatever like super jank, like unoptimized build that you want, and you'll still be able to clear the content fine. So I'm used to not caring about like my defenses or stuff about my build until much later. So I jumped into the mines with like 0 plan. I was just like, all right, let's just, I was leveling up as melee, so don't really know what I should use level up as melee. All right, let's just take this skill and get to some useless stuff. And we kept dying. It is like the first, there are some bad nodes early. Because it's mostly the monster density. Because you don't really get, when you level up through the axe, you don't get the choke points and monster density like you get here in the mines. And that wasn't toned down for the earlier levels. Because when you play the game outside of Endless Dev, you're not even allowed to get into the mines until you're about like level 30. And it does certainly feel like you weren't intended to be in here that early. Like leveling up from level 1. That's pretty intense. Maybe they'll do more events. The issue is this only works as an event, and it also only works as like, I don't know. I don't know about the likelihood of it ever coming back, unfortunately, so I want to make sure I get the most of it while it's here. Because unless GGG like switches up their whole thought process on their like developer crunch and release schedule, it's a tough bit for them to want to do these events. I know we were talking about it a bit last time, like Yimo, me, and Captain. I think we were having a discussion about how like GG used to do events like this. Well, not exactly like this, but they would do like week-long or like 3-week max events before with some frequency, but they've gotten out of it, and apparently it just doesn't have the player retention they hoped for. So they rather just do leagues into leagues. They rather just, all right, we're doing this league, and then when this league is over, we're doing the next league. Whereas they used to be like, okay, we're doing the league, but the last month of the league, maybe we'll do a couple events to keep people interested. And then they've gotten away from that for well over a year for some reason. The only reason it's come back for this December event schedule is because they had planned to release the event, into like the new league in December. Like this wasn't supposed to happen. We weren't supposed to have Endless Delve at all. But for whatever reason, they didn't want to compete with Cyberpunk. They actually said, which is kind of super funny to me, that they would actually reference another game in their reasoning for why the thing was delayed. Because at first I was like, they probably just... They announced that it was delayed because of Cyberpunk. They did, because Cyberpunk got delayed, and they're like, all right, we're going to push back because we don't want to compete with their release. And when they first said that, I thought to myself, okay, that's just the funny way of saying it wasn't ready in time, so we're going to delay it. And I know I'm not the only person who thought that. And the lead developer of the game the next day posted like a 5-paragraph essay on why it's delayed specifically for Cyberpunk. Claiming, at that point I actually believed. At that point I was like, oh wow, like okay, they actually delayed this game because of another game. And because he made it sound like it was legitimately ready for launch, but that they didn't want to launch at the same time. So to fill the whole month up, they went with this instead because, well, they extended the old league, but they thought, we need a little bit more than that because that's already been going on for 3 months. And then they came up with this December event schedule, which was Mayhem, which was just like the Mario Maker of this game. Just like, what if we played Path of Exile, but we put 20 Bowsers everywhere? That was what Mayhem was. And that was last week. That went on for a week. This week is Delve. Endless Delve goes on for a week. Yeah, this is doing is bridging for next league. So when you look at it from that perspective, which is what, like, they're just doing it as filler. Once they get back on their normal content schedule, I don't see them ever doing this again. Events. I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, it just doesn't bode well. I don't mean to say I don't see them ever doing this again. Just given the circumstances in which this event happened, and like the apparent GGG philosophy, it doesn't seem likely. Like there's been pretty good player feedback for both Mayhem and this event. People have been asking for like event stuff for a while, but I don't know. The numbers would seem to indicate otherwise, that it's not like their analytics show. It's just better to just run leagues back to back and keep people interested that way. Was aptly named, yeah. Next week, well, as soon as this event is over, they're going to do the 3-week flashback. So that event's going to be a little bit different. Instead of being 1 week long like the previous 2 events were, that event's going to be 3 weeks long. It's also going to be not voided. Voided is a very, very rare thing that they do. It's not common for them to do voided events. Voided means that when the event is over, you lose the character and you lose all of your stuff. That's not common at all for Path of Exile. Usually what happens when a league is over or an event is your character just gets migrated over to the permanent league, which is called Standard, which you can play at any time. You can play that league at any time. It just doesn't have whatever the new expansion is in it. Because when the expansion ends, Like when a league runs out after 3 months, usually, but not always, whatever new content got introduced with that league gets worked into standard after the fact, into the permanent league. But these two events, because they changed the mechanics up so much, and they were probably concerned about negative effects on the economy in standard, they wanted all of the stuff that happens in this league to be voided, which I understand. And most people don't care about standard. I've never played on standard. It's not a bad experience. Like, the economy is bad because there's just so much inflation. Just like real world economics. If you just channel a bunch of in-game currency constantly into an economy, the economy becomes trash. And that's pretty much what happens with standard. Is since all the leagues go there, get migrated into there, the economy is bad because of just the wealth of currency and currency inflation. Everything's super expensive. Like, if you want to buy stuff for your character, once it hits standard, it's going to be a lot more expensive than it was in the temporary league. So it's generally more fun to play temporary leagues because they're more popular. They have a pretty thriving economy. Everything's fresh. You get to experience the latest content because that's where only the new stuff is. So the next 3 weeks are going to be a flashback league. It's pretty much just Heist. It's pretty much just the latest expansion, although every hour something new happens. Like, it's like a it's like one of those flash sales. Like, you're in the department store and they come on now running a sale on lettuce in the grocery aisle of Walmart. Walmart doesn't do that, but I think that's a thing in some kind of Japanese like stores. They run like hourly sales. That's what the next league is going to be. It's going to be every hour on the hour something crazy happens. Although it's not that crazy, but special mods. Do you play the rotating leagues regularly? Are they mostly the same, or do they have a unique tweak to them? Every league comes with new content. GGG works on the developers of this game. They work on like a major minor release cycle. So, new league gets introduced every 3 months. So that's how long leagues go. 3 months, so you get 4 new leagues every year. A lot. I don't know how they keep up with that, but they do. One of them is going to be like a major expansion. It's going to come with like huge like new content, like probably like a rework of, for example, like one of the things in one of the major expansions was they completely reworked how maps work in the end game. So that they added the Atlas, an Atlas of Worlds, and then they also added a new endgame boss. So major expansions have like huge content drops, like a big change. I think Harvest was a major expansion. I'm not sure. Things got kind of mixed up this year because of delays and COVID and stuff like that. So I don't know where the release cycle is. But then after a major release, there's a minor release. So after you get the major league, the next league will be also a 3-month event, but the scope of the new content that they introduced will be a lot like smaller. Like it won't be as ambitious, and that's kind of how they keep up their development cycle, I guess. There are people who play this, like this is the game they play, especially PoE streamers will play every single league. I get burnt out on this league pretty quickly. In fact, I get burnt out on it more now than I used to. I used to play back-to-back leagues somewhat frequently, but it's really harder for me to play now, mostly because there's just so much more content in the game. And every league starts like from 0. So like all of your unlockables, you're back to square one. All of your gear's not that big of an issue. For me, what burns me out is the fact like I've got to unlock all of the June like betrayal crafts again. I gotta redo my betrayal board. I've gotta usually when the league starts, you're starting right back at the top of the mines. Like no matter how deep you got in the previous league in the mines, next time you go in, you're gonna be right from the surface. So it's just like you get much more a sense of burnout than you used to in this game, IMO, just because content constantly always gets added, and the content, all of it resets to 0. There's nothing that gets carried over. Whereas before, you just like the game was a lot more freeform. The game definitely does some things better now. Like the Atlas overall, I'm not a big fan of the Conquerors. I think the Conquerors are. I see what they're supposed to do, but the Conquerors like moving the watch zones aren't fun to. But when they first introduced the Atlas, it added a lot of structure to the end game, which is like the most important part of PoE. But you used to just do maps and maps and maps over and over again. That was it. Maybe a few end game bosses. So like expansions do improve the game. For sure. It's just the downside of that is when there's so much more to do, when it gets all reset to 0, it feels bad. I'd say lately what makes me decide, well, now that I know people who play PoE, X's... Boy, this is awful. That's a bad unique. Now that I know people like Yimo, Captain, who play PoE, it gets me more excited in general to play leagues, especially if they're playing. The experience of playing PoE with friends, well, not necessarily like partying up, but just like seeing what they're doing, what their build is, what kind of gear they've got, how like progressing with them. Like you're building up your gear while they are, like maybe one of them gets a 6-link first, and you like you bully him a bit for being OP because they got their 6-link first. That's pretty fun. Like the social aspect of playing the leagues is pretty fun. And lately I find like that being a huge, a rather large motivation for me playing the leagues or coming back to the game. But generally, I can't play leagues back to back. I'll usually play a league and at least take one off for a break, and I've also gone like long periods with like having not played the game for like over a year. So I'm the type who plays the game and then puts it down for a while and comes back with at least one league in between. That's what happened with Heist. Lately it has been just like one league in between. I think with Legion I took off 2 leagues. I haven't played Delirium. Might have been 2 leagues. Lately I've been taking off 1 or 2 leagues in between. But not more. Can't get away from the game, unfortunately. When the 3.0 expansion came out, which was like a huge expansion of PoE, and like they went from having 4 acts in the game to 10 in a single expansion. That expansion was huge. I played that. I had taken like a break from 2.0 for a while, and then I came back to play that. I played the 10 act expansion, then I like didn't play the game again for like another year. Yeah, but lately I only take like one or 2 leagues off in between. Thinking about playing the Flashback League event coming up next week. It's like December's not the greatest time for me to just get into PoE because I'm doing other stuff too, like throughout the holidays. Spending time with family, and PoE is like the degen game that I find myself playing like 10, 12, 15 hours at once. Not the when I would rather like to be on a more normie sleep schedule for this month. That being said, I think I'll try and play the flashback league in moderation, because there's a really strong build that Yima was telling me about, and it's going to be nerfed. But PoE is very particular about not applying patches until the league ends. So the league ends, and then before the next one, you get the huge drop of patch note, where they say, all right, here's all the nerfs. Have fun. So if a build sneaks by from the balance team and people discover it once the league starts, the build is generally safe. So you can play that super OP build for that league. So a build like that currently exists, I'm told. A build like that currently exists. And it sounds really strong with minimal investment. It also has what sounds like a janky playstyle, which also interests me. I like a little bit of jank in PoE. Some of the most popular builds in PoE are the ones that are like one-button builds, and that's like super boring for me to play. I like builds where you have to like have interaction, do multiple stuff. That's kind of like, I played Detonate Dead during Harvest, which was an extremely powerful build. The strongest build I ever played, and I ended up playing that build the least. The strongest build I've ever played in PoE, with minimal investment too. And I think I played Harvest relatively, like not for too long. Like that, in spite of that being a really cool league, I didn't actually put a lot of hours into Harvest. The strongest build I ever played. One was just because the build was boring. It's like, yeah, you kill everything, but it's just hold your attack button. Literally all you do is just hold the button and walk around, and everything blows up. It didn't help that there's just like visual clutter everywhere, because since the build was explosion based, you would just not be able to see anything on the screen. That was frustrating. All you would see is explosions everywhere, because PoE definitely has a visual clutter problem in general, and that build just exacerbated it. I also like kind of felt meh on Harvest. Harvest was cool for what it was, but the fact that the fact that it made bad gear unexciting, or just like mediocre gear. Okay, we got to level up. That's fine. I know a lot of people like Harvest, but I realize the fact that I have to leave this unallocated feels bad. I want the whole life wheel. Alright, I think maybe when we equip our chest. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna equip the chest and see what we get to. I want to say I got the build to 7k. Yes. Awesome. 7k XP, half mil deeps. In solo self-found 7-week league. I'm happy with that. We still have to link this, but I don't know how they're gonna incorporate Harvest into the base game, but they talked about that. They said it's coming. I have no idea how that's gonna work, because they straight up admitted Harvest is like the strongest crafting league ever. Like, it's insane. It's insane what Harvest lets you do with crafting. Absolutely broken. Now let's go deep. Let's go deep again, and let's just keep dying. So I don't know how you do Harvest Light. Where we're gonna have Harvest in the base game, but it's not going to be broken. Like I just like I don't see how that's possible. I don't see an iteration of Harvest that's going to make the people happy who want it in the game, and that isn't broken. Because like the Harvest crafts just like if you take away the exalts, maybe. I think if you take away the exalts, I mean, I have to give it a longer thought and remember all of the crafts that you could do in Harvest, but I think Harvest might be balanced. Well, for sure, the balance of Harvest crafting would improve tremendously if you took out the targeted exalts and the targeted annuls. If you did that, then the problems of OP-ness that Harvest had would very much be improved. Yeah, this game does have a power creep problem. Because every time they introduce like a new league and like a new like expansion or something, there's got to be like gear or something like you've got to have something cool and new that comes with that league to entice people to play. Sometimes it can be like a new endgame boss, and that endgame boss has like a drop table of some really like powerful uniques. That can be cool. That's probably like the least OP way, as long as the uniques aren't super like dumb wrong. Another option is you like add like a new crafting system. The crafting system is pretty popular when they do leagues. Because like Delve introduced a new crafting system with fossils. To give an example. But if you want people to be excited about the crafting system, it's gotta be enticing. And the way you make it enticing is you make it be better than previous crafting systems. And you can look at examples of PoE and see a straight power creep.
I cannot do this yet.
Like you can see the power creep from each league that introduced a new crafting system. Like, good example is look at Essence. Essences were like a special... They work sort of like Chaos. They let you reroll an item, but they guarantee a specific mod will be on that reroll. So like, for example, you can get an Essence and it'll be like guaranteed that you'll roll... this item has lightning res between 35% and 40%. And those came out. Like, Essence crafting were pretty cool. Essences were pretty cool to work with for crafting. Because it gave you a significant amount of control over how you roll the items. All the other affixes were random, but you were guaranteed to have one pretty strong affix on there. And they also had special essences like Hysteria that you craft really weird and build enabling affixes on items that were only available from essences. But essence crafting now is like super bad. It's like super unexciting. Well, like, okay, look at it this way. Compare a system that lets you guarantees a roll with random affixes to a system that lets you take off a specific affix and add another affix of a guaranteed type. Which is what Harvest lets you do. Another good example is like the Orb of Annulment. Orb of Annulment was added in Harbinger. Orb of Annulment removes a random affix from an item. And that didn't used to exist in the game before. There's no way to remove an affix. You had to re-roll the whole item. So if you had one bad affix on an item and you wanted to like maybe get rid of it and exalt it, or get rid of it and craft something else on instead, because otherwise, like, if the item already had 6 affixes on it, so you needed to get rid of one to craft a good one on, The Orb of Annulment lets you do that. Of course, it's random, so you might end up removing one of the affixes that you wanted to keep. There were ways around that. You could invest in the prefixes cannot be changed or whatever to increase your odds for 2 Exalt when people did that. But compare a craft that lets you remove a random affix to a craft that removes a specific type of affix. Like, one is just so much better, and that's what Harvest was. Harvest would let you remove and apply affixes of particular types. So crafting a really strong item just became so easy. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily easy, but compared to how it was before, Harvest was full of just completely OP gear. A lot of people's goal during Harvest was, I want to make a super strong like weapon, or I want to make, you know, the best like necklace for my build, because it gave you power to increase the odds much in your favor of the affixes that you wanted to roll, much more so than any other crafting system in PoE previously. But probably from GGG's perspective, the reason that Harvest can't exist is because you can't have any more like that's. I can't imagine a more OP crafting system in Path of Exile than what Harvest was. So how do you introduce more crafting leagues after Harvest if Harvest exists in the base game? You just can't. You just can't at that point. Nothing will ever. I mean, at that point, the only way to go is just pick the mods you want on the item and apply them. Like that. That's it. That's the only thing that would be stronger. Was you go to like the. I don't know, what would we call the league that comes after Harvest? The Feast League. You've made the Harvest, now it's time to feast. Feast League introduces a special new crafting bench. Put the item on the crafting bench, pick 5 mods. Apply these mods to the item. Like that's the only way you can improve on Harvest. There's no more. There's no like slight power creep into another system. No, it's like you're already OP. I wonder what GGG's like develop like expansion meetings are like. It's an unfortunate part about like the monetization and just like marketing model that GGG has adopted for Path of Exile, and their business is they just make this game. It's not like, I don't know, was it Devolver? Who makes Hades? It's not like Devolver Digital. I think that's who makes them. Where they made like Bastion and sold that game, and then they made Transistor, and then they made Hades. Like, they like kept making new games. It wasn't like, let's just keep adding DLC over and over again to this one game. But Supergiant, okay, thank you. Supergiant. But GGG is not just like how they've made their bed, now they have to sleep in it. Like they've had a lot of success with Path of Exile. More so than any other game that's really adopted this model. Like, it's insane to me that they can offer the entire game for free. It's like a revolutionary free-to-play game. I know no other free-to-play game that lets you do this. Like, all of the content, including expansion content, is available to you for $0. The downside of that is that since they've had so much success with this game, all they will do is keep adding expansions to this game. Because I think to some degree, PoE, shortly after like the 3.0, where they introduced the rest of the acts, was kind of a done game. And some of the stuff that they add to it, just I don't know if it really adds much to it other than for the sake of having an expansion. Like, I'm not sure if heights will get incorporated back into the base game, but you know, imagine if we didn't have Blight. Imagine if Blight just like never existed or never got incorporated into the base game. Would we really miss out on much? Would we miss out on much from the fact that there's a mini tower defense game in 1 out of every 10 maps? I don't think so. And you get an extra skill point. Like, the game doesn't need that to be in the game, yet it's in the game, and it just, like, you know, flutters it a bit for the new player because it's another mechanic they have to learn. It adds complexity. Just another thing that can spawn in maps. And if you don't, like, if you don't, maybe you'd rather have, like, a delve node spawn in the map, or a metamorph. The more content you add in there, just edges out the other content that could possibly appear in the map. GGG has realized this to some degree, that they can't keep releasing expansions for Path of Exile and still have an interesting game. Eventually it's just going to become too cluttered, and it's just going to be releasing stuff for the sake of releasing stuff every 3 months. So they've announced PoE 2, but we know very little about PoE 2. So it's hard to say. Supposedly they will share an endgame, which I think is a bit disappointing. Because I think that limits its fresh start potential. But it's hard to say, because I'd imagine they would make PoE 2 be pretty similar to PoE no matter what. Because you've got to go with what works for you, right? And when you have the kind of success that this, like, this company in New Zealand that no one would otherwise have ever heard of if they didn't make Path of Exile. When you have this kind of success, it's daunting to try and start over from square one and not look to the game you created before and try and carry over the good qualities that you had of it to the next game. So it's hard for me to think that Path of Exile 2 wouldn't be rather similar to the first Path of Exile game, and it's going to have a lot of the same systems where they say stuff like, oh, you're just going to, apparently 6 linking is going to be improved, so you only do it once per league or once per character. I'm not sure. Not sure how it works, but they've already talked about it's going to have a lot of the same systems, but maybe just improve on some of those in a way that wasn't possible in the previous game. I have a completely new engine, so we'll be able to do new mechanics, which is kind of cool. New damage calculations. Maybe we'll be able to simplify it, so you could actually understand how damage works in this game without reading the Path of Exile treatise on damage calculation. So PoE 2 is exciting in the way that it's the potential for a fresh start, simplification of the game, but the downside is we don't know much about it yet, and they've already talked about how it's going to have a lot of similar stuff. The fact that it's called PoE 2 isn't very promising either. So if they wanted to make like a brand new experience, then calling it the previous game 2 wouldn't be the MO, right? And they share an end game, so they're like, I'm going to be able to make a character on PoE 1, for example, and someone else will be able to make a character on PoE 2, and we will be able to meet up in the end game and still do maps together. I believe that's what they've said. But if you're going to make a system like that, there's got to be a significant amount of overlap.
I cannot do this yet.
And it just seems like so ambitious, because now the new game has to be balanced the same way as the old game. Like, the complexity that adds to game balance just seems insane. Like you've got two different systems, but they've got to like be comparable with each other. It's going to be bad if like you're not going to be able to do as much damage in PoE 2. I'd assume there'll be a new skill tree. There'll probably be a brand new skill tree, but the skill tree has to like scale or have similar damage that you would get from like a PoE 1 build. The game have a narrative to the axe? Yeah, the axe do have a story. I don't know much about the lore of Diablo 2, but it's probably a very like Diablo 2 kind of story. Okay, so the story is, the reason it's called Path of Exile is the main like civilized world is called Orioth. And the Orioth is run by the Templars. The Templars have questionable motivations, and all of the exiles are criminals. But as you get more lore of the exile, you get the impression that they've been unjustly labeled as criminals. Like the justice system of the Templars is probably corrupt. Is what you come to learn as you play the game, or maybe not. Maybe it's just you become super powerful, and the Templars were actually completely morally in the right to imprison you, but you just go back and kill them. Because I don't know, there might be an interpretation of the story that way as well, because the axe are kind of the story of the axe is kind of the story that leaves things open for interpretation. You know, there's a lot that's not told in the axe that you're meant to figure out or come to your own conclusions about. Yeah, balancing these sorts of expansions, new additions, always seems so tough. Looking for magic or Pokemon power creep is so obvious where it really outchases the old, yeah. I mean, pretty much everything that relies on, well, buying new content requires some kind of power creep. Like you've got to, if you're releasing for TCGs, if you're releasing a new set, you've got to want to make people want to buy it. An easy way to do that is add some new mechanic that seems really strong. I suppose Path of Exile isn't forced to do that since they rely on supporter packs. You don't buy the new expansion, you just play it and donate the money via the supporter packs, which is just like you get a bunch of exclusive MTXs for the league and some points to spend in the store. In their case, they just have to make it fun, but I mean, it's no surprise that what comes as fun to most Path of Exile players is being really strong. Hence, power creep is an issue in this game as well, even though it has a little bit of a different motivation in monetizing. The story of the axe is you've been unjustly judicated by the Templars and been forced into exile to Ryklas, which is the land that we're on, and where all the story takes place. And you find out there's something weird going on in Ryklas. For example, there are these weird gems that have some kind of magical properties associated with them. And those are the skill gems. There's also dangerous beasts everywhere. You can definitely see in the Path of Exile, like the Ryklas story, a lot of inspiration taken from Australia, both Australian history and like, you know, the stereotypical impression that Australia is just full of wild beasts everywhere. Also like the exile thing, like land of the criminals. So you go to Rye class, and at first you're just trying to stay alive, but then you sort of learn more about both Rye class and important people in the Rye class history. That goes all the way back to the Templars. There's no coincidence that the Templars send you here
I cannot do this yet.
when you're sentenced to exile, because they have connections here. And the 10X are about, well, part of it is definitely trying to set the record straight and serve your own justice against the Templars, but also discovering this overarching plot that goes even beyond the Templars. There's some people who are really interested in the Path of Exile lore, and if you read like one of their like forum posts on this obtuse lore facts and like musings about what if Malachi was actually like random figures in the lore, like what if his motivation was, there's a lot of depth to the writing in this game, but most people just smash through the story. Like I don't know a lot of the lore details. I only know I know most of the lore for the first 4 acts, because that's when I started playing the game. There was only 4 acts, and you played them 3 times each for every character on 3 different difficulties. I've played through the first 4 acts enough to know much of their story, but the 6 acts that come after that, I've played through them several times. I don't know if I ever actually read the story. I listened to part of the story at least. I might have still fast forward what seemed like the boring parts. Just try to pick it up with on the fly, depending on different characters' actions and where you have to go and what you have to do. Even though there's 10 acts in this game, the final 5 acts look a lot similar to the first 5 acts. They reuse a lot of the different areas just with like different textures and stuff. Pretty much. Probably also the reason why they were able to just drop 10 acts at once was a lot of assets were reused. Not to take away from it. Alright, this is Max. Max. Okay, we want to val one of these. We're going to val all 3. What we want to see is we want to see where it says level 20. We want to see that go up to 21. That would be one really good outcome. The other really good outcome would be it becomes a val Blade Vortex. So there's 2 things that could happen. Probably about a 1 in 5 for either. We only have 3 gems. You could get both to happen. Becomes Val Blade Vortex and goes up a level, but I don't like my odds for that. Rip. That sucks. I mean, this is +1 quality. I don't know what the +1 does. Critical strike chance per blade. Okay. We still have a couple more chances when these level up. I think if I were to do this again, I think the play would have probably been, like, you don't get that many Val Orbs at the start. But I think the play would have been to, every time I pick up a Val Orb, Val my Blade Vortex and hope it becomes Val Blade Vortex.
I cannot do this yet.
Suppose we may as well Chaos Craft from wands. For the last play session tomorrow, I'll consider like what pieces of gear we wanna. Like we could definitely use better wands, but it's just like to roll the wand that we really need. It's gonna be very unlikely. Ones we have are decent. But we can definitely have better wands. It's just we're not likely to get them. But we can start putting all our currency in that. Like tomorrow, I'll actually think about like what realistically I might hit, and then just put all the currency in that. Like it'll probably be wands. Like I like basically decide what I'm satisfied with. Probably fossil craft. Fossil craft life. I want life and movement speed on boots. So I'll use my fossils on boots and then I'll use chaos on these. And just be satisfied with the helmet. I guess I can do that. I can be satisfied. How long can this go on? Forever. Just thinking about how much I've played now, or this league, in Delve, and thinking about how much soul fight it would take to get this just this far, and how much I'd have to play PoE to get that soul fight. How do people that delve super deep get the soul fight? Are they just like, it doesn't really, like doing soul fight rotas help a bit. Like you do manufacture some soul fight that way if you just have a bunch of people who want to do those together. But your time is probably much better served actually being in Delve than bothering doing the rotas just for the extra soul fight. Do you buy like scarabs? How much soul fight, honestly? Yeah, but you're still. Well, I guess factor out the time I spent getting to depth 68 or whatever. Red Nikos at most. Well, how you getting the 30 red Nikos? It's 30 days. 30 days logging in. I got the increased fire damage roll. Lucky Og. What do I even have in my jewel slots? I mean, this is plus 1%. Nico Prophecy, Free Master Missions, Sulfite Scarabs, Nico Sextant Mod, Natural Nicos. Set up an intervention. The cold and lightning resist is the kind I need. I'm maybe closer to elemental weakness capped. No. Well, I am on cold and fire, but not lightning. You know what? I'm gonna Val it. Why not? Because it sucks, so maybe we can make it better. And I've got the other one if I need it. I've got more Vals I'm gonna be able to use. Forge of Depth is attainable in solo self-found provided you don't die a million times in nodes. Attainable by a non-streamer. Oh, look at this. I'm headed towards that, Smile.
I cannot do this yet.
If I find all, I'll do all. I've already done Lich before another league. I don't know if I did I haven't done the Architect before, but I saw him now. I can say I experienced him now. This league. Depends content. I just said I'll do all if I find him. Some juicy super delve mods. So he can kill me extremely fast. When's Marvel? Everyone knows the content they're here to see is to go deep in the depths. What are these boss fights doing in my mines? I don't know. What should I put my quality on? The flammability curse? I think quality on Blade Vortex just gives me crit. Probably putting on a support gem. I'm just thinking to myself, what would the best support gem be? Maybe like Control Destruction, Elemental Focus might have good quality mods. Then when you go 400 plus, well, we're getting there.
Return to Kitava.
Oh, the fight. I thought you meant the fight. I was just joking. The mods don't get bad until 400 plus. Good. If I get one more level, I can complete the life wheel. Can post this build to the build forums. The SG4E insane solo self-found, half mil DPS, survivability for days. Blade Vortex Chieftain. Absolutely budget viable. No more than 22 chaos. Chad Chieftain. I think I'm not doing this breach. Doing this breach feels like death, and I'm not going to get anything good from it. Especially like if this were to roll a for example, if this was a Chiyulia or however you say it, the chaos one, it's just death for me. Non-hardcore save. Doesn't Ziz play it in hardcore? It's got 700. It's got 700, 7,000 HP. How can it not be hardcore save? Explain. You just don't play like SG4E. Just play good, and you won't die in hardcore. Alright, who's ready to see the strat? It's press escape. Let me see. It's gonna be exit the character screen is right there. Alright, I got my mouse where it needs to be. There was a weird pause there. Did you like that? Can I get a clap? A clappa? For my pro plays. I got an Exalt yesterday. But I've already used it. I've used it on this ring and I got light radius. Clap. $7K life, let's go. Look at this bad boy.
I cannot do this yet.
Going sleeveless. No pants either. What is he wearing below his waist? What is this? Like the top half. The top half looks pretty based, but what is he like? I guess that's the Stygian. Oh, it doesn't work. Why does that not work? I thought I was doing something smart. I should have known better. If it's an SG4E idea, it's not good. What do you think I should work on next? Like, where should I put my currency today into Mario? On the wands? Wait outside the breach on a light. Ah, what a gamer! This is why Yimo has beaten all. It's because he knows the strats. And look, they were nice enough to put a large flare catch right here. I've got flares for days. Oh, okay. That breach is pretty big. Alright, because here's the stuff. The helmet's not good, but it has life and lightning res. The gloves aren't good, but it's the only pair of fingerless I have, and it's got life. The belt's not great, but it's got life. It's a Stygian, and I don't have another one to roll. The boots aren't good, but I think I'll fossil craft them because apparently using pristines to get the life roll and the one that gives you speed. What I want is life and move speed. So I think I'll fossil craft on. I do have an eye level 86 pair of boots, so I'd love to get that 35% increased move speed. Yeah. I did put it into Path of Building. It does give you... If you get both affixes, if you get fire, adds fire damage on both the front, the prefix and the suffix, with above average rolls, it does give you like a 4% deeps boost. It would put me over 5k. But I need to get it. I think that's a fossil craft too. So I'm wondering where I should use up my chaos. Like what the priority should be for the chaos. And like scour alks. I can't think of anything other than the wands, even though the wands like need to roll pretty well. But I remember we did the fossil craft simulation on those, and the fossil craft seemed bad. So that's just probably chaos and prey. And we can fossil craft the boots and the abyss gem if we get it. So I've got a lot of scorch now, which is what I've got. Just single roll scorch on that gem. I think is the play. Which means, if I don't want any more fusings, I don't have to pick up rares to vendor for alks or alts. Still pick up Alks for Scour Alk. Yeah, so I think I'm only just going to Chaos Craft and Fossil Craft tomorrow. We'll pick up wands. Never been in a situation like this before. It's like, yeah, just keep going deeper. Don't worry about loot. Never played PoE, not thinking about loot. Can't stop thinking about that loot.
I cannot do this yet.
I don't have that many Blessed Orbs, though. Probably doing the gloves, though. Yeah, belt is bad, but I only have one Stygian, so if I roll it, I'm committed. If I re-roll it, I'm committed to getting something better. Otherwise, I'm screwed. But it's... got life and a res I need, and it's a Stygian. The phasing that the gem gives me is pretty nice, because I still don't have a quartz flask.
I cannot do this yet.
Just get a quartz flask, forehead. Let me double check and see if I have one. I do have it. I do have it show me all the flasks. Show me them flasks. So I have not seen it. Let's go to the Solomon tab of flasks. Nope, it's not there. The unique one, just unchance it. Okay. Ah, this wand is so bad. Like if this had like if this just rolls like it's tier 1 adds fire, so that's nice. This one is nice because it's tier 1 adds fire. Didn't roll any spell damage mods on it, and then this one just rolled absolute garbage. Adds fire, but it rolled a couple spell damages, so it's still better than ones I've crafted.
I cannot do this yet.
Ow. Two uniques. The two of uniques, excellent choice. Look at all this damage. Half mil DPS coming through. Beep beep. I mean, the build feels really good when you just like melt through stuff. But if you go in an area with like added monster life, then If you're not having the melt through stuff experience, then the build feels bad. It feels good as long as you're melting. You'll always be melting. Mm-hmm. The play is probably to do the chaos recipe on ID'd. If this were a longer event, I think I'd do that. I kind of just want to go deep. And if I pick up chaos, I'll roll my trash gear. If I pick up the abyss jewel, I'll roll that. Extra flare. Probably gonna change the loot filter tomorrow too, to just drop important stuff and that's it. Where's the start with everything off option for the loot filter? Start from a loot filter that has everything off and just say, I just want these things. How do you know mirrors are in? Huh? I do have mirrors turned on. I know some people say turn them off this event. What keeps killing?
I cannot do this yet. $500k DPS coming through. Is there a certain horizontal depth you're supposed to? Is there a certain like depth horizontally you should hunt for owl, or is it just spawns anywhere after a certain point? Is there a certain depth that he's more common to spawn? I know you don't want to go too deep. Like, the deeper you go, the worse the fight is. But as far as actually getting him to spawn in, doesn't matter. Up exile time. Yet.
do this yet.
Buildings down there. More speed, excellent. I'll do one more craft on the boots after this, because I got that one. Use 2 fossils. I think 2 fossils would be ideal. In tier 1 move speed. I might... well, I'd settle for... I mean... There's a good chance it'll be half decent with tier 2 move speed and decent life roll. It'll be better than the boots I have on. Great, more prismatics. Steens, I mean. There's a lot of fossils down here. This is the second path.
I cannot do this yet. My mana is gone.
Let's see. Okay, so we want a pristine. And a shuddering. Okay. We might as well roll a, since I have 2 sanctifies, Might as well try that. Big boy craft. Pristine, sanctified, and shuddering. Huh? Big boy resonator? I don't know if I've ever used a big boy resonator before. Not bad, but I have a higher life for all my current boots and same move speed. Tier 1 is 35. That's just better life. And same move speed. Craft hybrid life. Ah, good idea. A better life because of strength. Let's see how much of a difference it is. 6529. 561. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get tier 1 speed. Think the flat regen matters? Alright, I'll try it out. Run Void Scepter on the empty blue. Void Sphere. It's a Void Sphere which hinders enemy and area around it. With the debuff being stronger on enemies close to the sphere, it also regularly releases pulses of area damage. Void Sphere. Consume the corpse of any enemy which dies in the area. Can only have one Void Sphere at a time. Ooh. Good call. I didn't know about this skill. The consumes corpses is
cannot do
nice.
this yet.
Sphere is scepter for 2 days. Rip. That sounds like me. You know I can't read. I don't know where I want to put this. Maybe here. Yu-Gi-Oh player checks out. Ooh, this is cool. Although I don't like the more visual clutter when we're gonna get even more cluttered. Why did I come here? Oh, to go down here. Okay. Imagine reading. I think I'm gonna get the currency node there. Not that I need it, but maybe we get a cheeky exalt. Currency node, that might do it for me for today, because I don't want to go too hard. Oh, nice lag every time I cast it. Is this one of those skills you need to buy the MTX for so it actually is playable? Sucks your FPS, sure does. I need that attack in place. Why is that not default? Is this like the Zarya ult in Overwatch? You won't drop the corpse.
Go to Hinekora. I cannot do this yet.
Fava script. Yeah, it's a great language, right? Helmet's not bad, but I'm not gonna get the colors I need on it. Oh, well, I need to... for another time. For another time. Think about. This one's not bad. Not good, though. Sucks your FPS. Rusty chainsaws getting stuck on metal. Let's see, where am I? Yeah. I think I'm gonna stop there for today and then make my final push tomorrow. Like I think the play is just go to bed now.
I cannot do this yet.
But real chieftains look like ascendancy pig, but SG looks like clown Dan. Hey, my chieftain's doing work. I've got. Do you need to see the path of building? Hold on. Let me re-import it, because things changed. Look at my scraps. What's my scraps? Oh, the MTXs? The actual look? See? If I roll a better, yeah, no MTX life. Well, no, hold on. We do have that sick sunrise helmet. Huh? He just has nothing else. And his two little sticks. 7K life, 500,000 deeps. I had the items here somewhere. Yeah, if you get the hypnotic jewel, if we got the hypnotic jewel, it almost breakthrough. Like if it rolls just one, you have to get both, which sucks. You have to get both. Hopefully you do get both. I think these can co-occur, right? Or can you only roll one fire? I mean, it would stop me, right, from trying in POB if I couldn't get both. Both can occur. Okay. Held back. High school drummer held back 2 small wands, that body armor. You can put this on your belt and the tree. Oh, right. If I had 2, you're right. So you get double that. Plus 20k deeps. Well, I mean, as soon as I see Abyss node, I'm going straight to it. I've seen 2. I've gone to 2, and we haven't dropped a hypnotic. There's a cell 5. PoE vendors. Hey, Flav. Yeah, but you get back 1. I mean, you can try. You can try, but I've thought you got back 1. Like you get a rare of the same type. Let's see. Superstar Galactica 4th edition. Super Saiyan God 4E. That's me. Super Saiyan God forever. Equipment, Ruby Ring, Coral. 1 item magic, unidentified, 5 item magic. The components must be all the same base type.
The result will have the lowest item level. Vendor recipe doesn't transfer influence. I don't know why it has to be. I think it works just the same even if it's identified. Super gotchi, 4th encounter.
I cannot do this yet.
No. Unless there's a way to convert somehow, but I don't think so. I have everyone except Hypnotic. RIP. Alright. I'm gonna go to bed now so that hopefully we can do a longer session tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be the final push because Thursday I'm gonna take it easy because Friday we have the big race of the century. All the games, every single RPG game back to back. Yeah, I'm headed to bed. Thanks for watching, guys. These. Shadows of Adam, Golden Sun, and Chrono Trigger. One day in the past. So hope tomorrow we're gonna push and see how deep we can get. We're just gonna go for depth. See how deep we can get. Because Thursday I won't do anything. Let's see who's streaming. I think Solomon is streaming and it's his birthday. So make sure to raid with a Slim B Day, which is FFZ. So everyone can use it. FFZ, yes. Ranker Face Z. Ranker Faces. Is he really not streaming today? I thought he said he was hyped about a birthday stream. Where is Mr. Solomon? Yep. Maybe he just went to bed. Because it's his birthday. Oh well. Well, we'll just host somebody else then. Frankie Cranky. Bridget is playing Prominence Poker. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. That's true. It's his birthday. He can do whatever he wants. I was confused though, because he was talking about he was hyping up a birthday stream, so I was gonna catch that, and then there wasn't a stream, and then I was confused. Thanks for watching, guys. Tomorrow, final push, Path of Exile. Hopefully around 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's where I'll be. Hope to see you guys there. Sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow.